love story. All right. Is it preferences? Full screen? All right. There you go. That's what I was waiting on. I'm so scared. Someone hold me. Is this also a lesbian horror game? No, this is not a lesbian horror game. All right. What a shame indeed. All right, I'm going to... Look, poker. Guys, I could start playing the Yuri horror game after I'm done with Slay the Princess, okay? Not today, but maybe like on another day. Probably should turn it down a little bit. Right there. Voices? Actually, yeah, let's leave the voices. All right, I'm gonna refill my water. And then we'll go ahead and get this started. So I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Why would you need voices? You have us. You guys aren't voices. You guys are just pixels on my screen. Okay. Let's go with,
It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up.
There you go, Greybox. How about that? I sat here AFK long enough the screen changed. One of us? No. In fact, I'm going to be letting you guys have a lot of the input on the, what is it? Also, thank you, Hannah.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Uh-huh. One of us? No. You all can have a majority say inside of the Little Goody Two Shoes playthrough. End of the world? What are you talking about? She's going to end the world is because she's locked up. Killing Princess seems kind of bad though, doesn't it? Can't someone else do this? Forget it, I'm not doing it. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending? Do I get some sort of reward for doing this? Thanks for telling me what to do. Sweet, I've always wanted to offer Monarch. Viva la Revolution.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short
What the
path
fuck? I didn't want to go forward. Okay, whatever.
You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Alright, guess I only have one option.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
She sounds terrifying.
It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of
I didn't grab the sword, by the way.
You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Give me one moment. I also need to numb my gums because of the thing I said earlier. All right. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed. Just checking in.
It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Hold on. Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
I don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up. What's your name? If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking? I was sent here to slay you. You've apparently supposed to end the world. What are you going to do? Oh, excuse me if I let you out of here. I'm going to keep you locked away down here, at least for a little bit. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do. Sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up, and it isn't worth the risk to take your world over the potential fate of the world. Retrieve the blade. Go back upstairs to retrieve the blade without saying another word. I can't believe they've been keeping you down here like this. I'm getting you out of here. Examine the chains. Okay. Gotta get you out of here. Don't make me regret this. Examine the chains. What have you been eating?
That has to do with anything.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant. Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
What's your name at least?
Oh.
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess
Don't know anything about you. For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. I was sent here to slay you. So is Princess your name?
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
Avoiding the question, huh?
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name, though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird. She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
Y'all trust her? Is it worth the risk to take? I know you're locked up down here for a reason.
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason. I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
It's like as if she's taking the long route to answer just yes. What are you gonna do if I let you go?
The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter. It's not like you'd believe me.
You know what? I just realized there's no way for us to get the chains off of her anyway.
Thank you. You turn back to the stairs, intent on retrieving the blade in the cabin.
Where
Let's
are
go
you
get the
going?
blade.
You can't just leave me here. You'd better hope for your own sake that I don't slip these chains before you make it back down here.
Oh, all right then.
Slip these chains? She can't, right? She needed our help to get out of here. But do you hear the conviction in her voice? I don't think she's bluffing. She has to be bluffing, but I'd hurry if I were you. You rush up to the first floor, grabbing the blade, both yours and the world's only possible salvation. Okay, if we're sure about this decision, I'll support it. I suppose we have a world to save after all.
Ugh.
You slowly creep
All
down
right.
the basement stairs. It's quiet.
I would have loved to
Where
leave the
princess sat only a
cabin.
moment ago, there's only a severed arm, its cooling flesh still chained to the wall, and she is nowhere to be seen. Is it just me, or did this room get a lot bigger?
Hello?
Why don't you come closer? I have something to show you.
She's lost an arm. I'm locking her down here and letting her
This is a
bleed out.
dangerous play. Who's to say she'll actually succumb to her wounds? She doesn't have a weapon, and she's missing an arm. You can finish this right here, right now.
Tell you what, I'll even stay here for a while to make sure she's dead.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound, and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling,
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door.
Oh, my cursor's the sword now. I didn't realize that.
It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrified. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it.
I didn't do
You know
anything.
the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It
She
doesn't
threatened
sound
me,
like
what?
She's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
Threaten me all you want. All it does is ease my guilty conscience. Bang on the door all you want. It'll only make you bleed out faster. Ignore her and go to sleep. Whatever you are, you're not a princess. Go ahead and waste your energy. I'll be waiting for you. What the fuck? Being a lesbian does not give you superpowers, Grape. What? Damn, what a oh my word. Alright then. Ignore her, go to sleep.
Ignore her. Maybe the banging and wailing will stop if you just don't pay attention to it. Put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
What in the fuck?
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs.
How did she just
You lie
cut off her
prone on
arm?
the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty
Actually,
to
Poker,
uphold
you're
the
right.
truth.
That's funny.
Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting
Wait,
down
I feel like the
one by
doors, the way the door opened changed.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame.
She's
If
just
you
an
only helped me
arm.
get
What
out
happened to
of
the
here,
rest of her,
we
though?
could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs
Hello, Ava.
stop drawing
How you doing?
breath.
You came at a funny time. How
Freezes
are you
in
doing
your
today?
chest.
How you doing?
You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Look, I didn't even tell her anything. I was just talking to her for a little while, and then I didn't say anything, and I was gonna go back upstairs, and she's like,
You're on a path in the
"Bitch,
woods,
you better not
and
fucking
at the
let me
end
get
that
out of here."
path Is a cabin,
Like, what?
and in the basement
I
of
didn't
that
even
cabin
do anything.
Is a princess.
And then she's like,
You're
she
here to
threatened
slay
me,
her.
man. Like, what?
If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
How you doing today, Ava? All right, let's turn around and leave.
I was worried you might fall for his shit again, but this is good.
Voice.
Whatever answers there are to be found, they aren't here, and they definitely aren't there. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Nope.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
Turn around
Really
and
keen
leave
on
again.
Wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. But everything is getting fuzzy. What's going on? Where are we? It's finally happened, hasn't it? We finally cracked.
What the fuck? The world around you is unwound, its physical matter replaced by textured nothingness. It is quiet. Oh, this is Otto. Oh. There is a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. What? There is a distant rumbling, a sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. Whoa! Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. Extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it. You are no longer alone. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. I need something empty I can crawl inside of. I need something shaped like me. Let's embrace. Forgot to reply, your brain turned off. Urgency. You have a story you need to finish. It is the only way for us to escape this place. Force pushing against your will. No, you cannot go back. Not there. Regret. This world is broken beyond repair. We must weave something new. A wagging finger. There is only so much thread in this place. Do not waste it. I am our only salvation. Oh, neat. Man, I didn't even go see the princess, and
You're on a path.
I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it again.
And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that
Just
cabin
chilling.
is a princess.
Did you stream earlier today? All right, on that way, there's a princess. Oh, I have the auto turned
You're
off.
here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Well, I didn't go into the cabin. No, you can skip previously seen dialogues by hitting tab on your keyboard or R1 on my controller. So I can hit tab. Alright. Alright, turn around and leave. You're just gonna turn around and leave. Do you even know what you're going to? Actually pretty okay with the world ending. I relish the coming of a new dawn beyond our own. Gonna go walk in the opposite direction
There won't
now.
be a new dawn if the world ends. There'll just be nothing forever. Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it. Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Does he?
That's strange.
Oh boy.
It looks like this path...
Maybe the world could still be saved after all. We're gonna turn around
really
and leave
keen
again.
on Wasting everyone's time, aren't
For
you?
real this time. We're getting away.
Selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do...
Okay, that's cool. I don't care. Good. Maybe everybody should die. It's what they get for dumping me in this woods and asking me to kill someone for them. You're not emotionally blackmailing me into doing
Stakes
this.
and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that. But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Is it? But like, I guess I should just start walking in a different direction. I'm gonna just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way
There's
out of this
always a
place.
choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who has ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will. And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
Oh yeah?
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes, glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves. But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
All right, experts.
In
Is
every
this also the
direction,
power of being a
There is a
lesbian?
path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be. Wait, what's going on? But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
All right, can I turn around and walk away again?
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death.
Narrator, I want to
You
die.
lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
All right, well. You do this all the time, Grape.
You're on a path
Oh, my word.
in the woods. And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Why is he talking slower? You aren't kidding. She actually ended the world just like last time. What the hell is she? Oh, you bastard. You're in for it now. I'm a wise true chick, but I died. The whole world ended. What am I doing here? Those walls weren't here last time. You can't just force me. Yep, okay. Heading to the cabin now, or I'm definitely going to slay the princess. Yeah, I get it. I'm going to the cabin. The walls weren't here last time.
What are you talking about? I'm sure those walls have always been there.
The fuck?
It makes sense if you think about it. If there weren't any walls in the woods, someone might have gotten lost. Or, heaven forbid, someone other than you might have stumbled onto the princess.
Alright.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. I don't know. I think it's more fun if he knows what we're thinking.
Voice of the contrarian!
Active audience. He might have walled off everything but the path to the cabin, but I'm sure there's plenty of other ways we can ruin his day.
Alright, we got the voice of the Redditor.
If by ruining my day, you mean ruining everyone's day forever, then yes, I suppose there are plenty of ways you could pull that off. The world really did end last time, didn't it? We should be careful. For all we know, we just got lucky. The world hasn't ended yet, and you are never going to slay her with that attitude. Stuff those pathetic little voices to the back of your mind and stay focused on the task ahead.
Okay. Alright, well, yeah. We're going to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Alright.
If we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar. Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
Alright, well, let's just proceed into the cabin then. Played the demo test
The
version?
cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors, all projected
What the
across
fuck?
what's almost the same space. But it's all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense. The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong length.
Are we gonna ignore the hole in the floor that's leading to
Material devoid
space?
of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should
Alyosha
just
was on-
leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway?
Oh my god.
No, we're taking the knife.
I like this guy.
Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise? You can't just say that, but when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh, ho, ho, ho. You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves? Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together.
I think we should lose ourselves.
Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird. What you're seeing is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Holy shit. Damn, that's trippy. Let's look at the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Oh, let's wipe
You
it.
reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. But there was a mirror a second ago. And now it's gone. You know that taking the mirror away from us isn't going to change things, right? We'll find it again, and then we'll see whatever it is that you don't want us to see.
Alright. Pop off, contrarian. Alright, let's take the blade this time.
Take the blade from the table. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Let's take this butter knife to a
Okay,
fucking
fine, you took the knife.
cosmic
You really
being.
shouldn't hold it like that. And how are we supposed to hold it? The other way, thumb at the bottom. Will look much cooler and more serious if we hold it with our thumb at the bottom. It really doesn't matter.
Oh my god.
As long as you have it. Just make a choice.
Thumb at the bottom. Hold the
Switch
blade the
your
other
grip on
way.
the blade.
Let's go.
Congratulations. Yes! Isn't this so much better? Okay, fine. You're right. This does look a lot better. It really doesn't matter. Just get on with it and deal with the princess. Yes! Do it! Seriously. You throw the blade at the window, glass showering the cabin as your weapon flies out into the night. I suppose you'll just have to deal with the princess without it.
That's alright.
We'll
I can
be
take
fine,
her.
Don't worry about it. What's the worst that could happen? The world ends. Been there, done that. I'm not so sure. This place is already messing with my head. It would be much better if we had a weapon. What's done is done. Good luck, hero.
Alright, let's go.
The door to the basement
Let me
creaks
solo
open,
her.
revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down.
They just kind of exist.
The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odor that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice,
Poker, you're onto something.
disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up
I don't
the
even think Tony
stairs.
Hawk can work with this.
Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon.
Green Orb's also
Oh,
right.
we
This
already
doesn't look
tried
like it's up to
turning around
code.
and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
Yeah, we're gonna fist fight her.
There'll still be plenty of ways.
It looks like
to
there's plenty of
ruin this
edges.
day.
Alright. Alright, we go down the middle.
You step onto the center staircase. Paths wind out around you in all directions, each step branching into its own staircases, which branch into their own staircases, and so on. You aren't quite sure if yours is taking you up or down, but at the very least, it's taking you somewhere. You concentrate on where you are, careful not to stray onto any of the many splitting branches that tempt you on all sides. You wouldn't want to have to backtrack to yours once you'd made a decision that took you someplace else.
Alright.
And so you take one careful, focused step after another. 1 foot down, another foot down, another after that. You lose yourself in following the correct pattern, in following what looks to be the true path, the one that cuts straight down, or up, or maybe sideways. But no matter the direction it goes, it certainly is the most true path. You know that much. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish.
She wasn't even
till the
here.
only
Oh my
things
gosh, they're just turning into
experienced are the
drawings.
endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey. A continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
All right.
Consumption and betrayal. Skepticism and blind devotion. Rivalry and submission. Terror and longing. Pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as...
Can I help you?
What the hell was that? What
All right.
happened to us? I feel so strange. Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs.
What the fuck?
Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways. The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded
I like
in
this guy.
darkness,
I
watches
thought he
you
was just a
impatiently from the other side of
redditor,
the
but
basement.
nah, this guy's kind of
Don't
funny.
forget why you're here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Well, I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
I exit my ZZZ hold to let you know that there is an anime called Plus Size Elf. I'll let you know how it is. Matt, I've heard it's an ecchi, by the way. I just thought I'd let you know that. But yeah. Tell me if that garbage is worth watching. You eat dog shit? Yeah, don't you forget, I'm also a fucking raccoon whenever it comes to anime choices. All right. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was here. What's your name? Getting down here was weird, like I was pulled apart and put back together again. Do you know what happened to me? For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. Do you know why you're down here? You're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent here to slay you.
And
I'm
yet
sorry,
here you
didn't
are.
realize I was here.
How strange. Do you remember anything at all? Do you know why you're here? Do you know me?
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. She's so blank. I have no idea who she is. Isn't that fun? A new puzzle for
Is
us to
she
take
also a
apart.
little bald?
If she's keeping her cards close to her chest, it's because she wants to deceive you.
I think she's balding a little bit.
It's okay. Don't worry. Sometimes I get lost here too.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. And where there was once just one of her, there is now another. We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back? You said you'd been here before, right? What exactly happened last time? Does it matter? Yes, it matters. But I'm not going to waste any more time prying out details if you're going to be so irritating about it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it? Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's
Stop
not already
thinking.
too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now. Oh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Well, let's make more of her. Regretfully think about that time you threw the blade out the window. I'm getting you out of here. Try and free her. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you. I can't trust anything. Leave it. The whole thing. This whole thing is lit up. That has to be a bug, right? They forgot to put enters like right here and right here. Is that what's going on? All right, there's more of you
Must be
somehow.
something wrong with you. I'm the same as I was a moment ago. And what's that supposed to mean?
Let's go,
Are you
like it
trying
made
to get under
more.
my skin?
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things
Oh,
get
that's
more
not a bug.
complicated
Gotcha.
than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start?
More.
We start by retrieving the blade. The one he made us throw out the window. I wasn't the one who threw it. Oh, come on, you told us to. Don't try to pass the blame now that it's come back to bite us. Well, if I'd known we'd be dealing with this, maybe I wouldn't have been so hasty with my suggestions.
Thank you, Alyosha.
I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly
Is it?
looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop
Ask her more
stalling.
questions.
You're obviously just making things worse.
We need more. The people in chat demands more.
Princess.
You can call me Princess if you'd like.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
None of them have names.
More.
How astute. I told you she was untrustworthy.
No! Come on.
I don't remember
Give me
what
more.
it was like before I was in this place.
Fracture
Why would I
again.
know what happened to you?
We're probably
Here we go.
stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either.
You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here?
For all I know, you're locked up down here for a reason. Do you know why you're down here?
Is
Fracture
this a
again.
quiz? If you're here, then surely you know why I'm here.
We need one more. We have
But
space
you
for
know,
one more of you
right?
on the screen.
You have to know. You're the only other person I've ever seen. Or at least the only one I can remember. Don't give me false hope. Please just end this already. One way or another, just do it.
Oh, don't be coy. We both know why I'm locked away here. I'm a monster, and the second I get out of this place, I'm going to end the entire world.
This is reaching
Ellipses.
its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this. But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her.
We need more of her?
Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
Do it all? Oh, okay. Well, whatever.
That's not right. Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone.
What the hell? Hold on. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once, you use it to strike her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. You experience it all at once. What the hell? That's a sentence.
Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... We can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is
Excruciating.
Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all
Oh, there goes the narrator.
falls apart.
Huh?
I think he's gone. We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and the others,
they just don't fit. They just don't fit.
We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable. Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this. How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
At least she asked nicely. All right. I like this answer. Nightmare best girl. Hello, Beals. Oh, Beals? Scrub. I'll just say scrub. Hello, scrub. Even though that sounds really rude. I really like this answer right here. No. Men would see that and type wife. Oh my gosh. But you don't know if she had the chance to hear your reply. She's gone, replaced with something else. So you're telling me
She's gone. Where did she go?
You're telling me that I wouldn't have had a
Should we try
choice
and find
anyways.
her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now? He is. Does that mean the world ended? Again, what the hell are we supposed to do?
It's just me and the contrarian. I don't know where she went. And I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her.
She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing. Again, what the hell are we supposed to do?
Alyosha, you would have married that? 3 heads are better than 1, I guess.
Something dreadful about it. I don't think you should.
Supposed to approach the mirror.
Don't do that.
Approach the
I'm begging
mirror.
you, don't do this.
Why is the hero telling me what to do? The mirror never
It's
scared you
different
before.
now. It feels, I don't know, final.
You approach the mirror. Gaze into my reflection. Oh. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone. But the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. Damn, I'm a little scary. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her. Alyosha? Your wife? You recognize the princess. You recognize the presence inhibiting. You recognize the presence inhibiting the shell. It is the entity that dwells in the spaces between.
Something returns to the long quiet. It has surrendered its path of annihilation and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Oh, sorry. All right. All right. You're that thing I met in the space outside the woods, aren't you? I thought that was supposed to be a dream. What are you? The gift of a fragile vessel? Is this the end of the world? Let her out of there. What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
I'm 2 in 1. What do you mean?
Thoughts without connections.
Is she getting more
A
hands?
dim and nascent network. I wish to be more.
What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
But were you always the princess, or are you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
A chicken had to lay the egg eventually. So which came first? It's the fragile
Yes.
vessel.
Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. These ones are a contradiction, a winding kaleidoscope of paths and walls. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. I am sorry that you met this vessel so early in your journey, but they will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
Is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
Do you know about the worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Let her out of there.
Sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed.
I don't know.
This is not a
My
place
chat can
that
fix
hold
you.
A fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me. I promise that it doesn't hurt.
Or you want something to slay the princess?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Well, what happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel
What you
is
thinking
a
about,
creature of
Poker?
perception.
What you thinking about all them
She
hands?
can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
From destroying the world, if I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape.
Too
To
old for
remove.
that? Is that possible? Being semantic, what are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
What's this? Oh, it's the history. Okay. How many more pieces?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find. I am infinite. The rest will find their own way home.
Aren't you scared that I'll find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
And what if I don't let you do this to me?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished. Dry. Hollow.
I'm not going back.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you. You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone. I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? an imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Oh, what the fuck? It closed the game. Okay. Checking your wife comment.
You have returned to me. Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
Hold on. This is going to be really funny if this is what I think it is. I'll come back and look at that in a second. All right. She never left my side. Make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
Okay.
You won't.
Oh, everything goes dark and you die. Okay, well, that's cool. The hero and the princess.
You're on a path in the woods.
I did die.
And at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
We've already heard this. It's just like Elden Ring. The only reason she's going to end the world is because she's
While
locked
I
up.
appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up. And before you decide to waste even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation. Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that. It's no use arguing.
But last time she didn't leave the cabin, and the world ended.
Hatched and it's about to ruin everything. Unless
Chicken eggs.
you do your job and slay her.
I brought that up just a moment ago. Killing the princess seems. Can't someone else do it?
Unfortunately, you're the only one who can pull this off. I don't make the rules. I wish I did, but I don't.
Forget it.
Serious?
I'm not doing it.
No, you have to do it.
Why? But why? Seems kind of bad though, doesn't it?
Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Damn! Okay, look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her, and if she's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her. But I'm not committing to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the prince.
We're gonna proceed into the cabin anyway. We don't have another option. I would love to have the contrarian back.
The
He was
interior
funny.
of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and wall.
Pristine blade. Alright, this time we're taking the
You
blade.
take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
I have a sword. Now let me hold it cool way. Let me hold it the cool way.
The door to the basement creaks open. revealing a
Yeah, the
staircase
door is a
faintly
pull-open
illuminated
door
by
from
an
this side.
unseen
How in the
light
world did the
below.
way the door? How in the world
This
did
is
the way the door
oppressive
open change
place.
that one time?
The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Alright. Hi.
Don't be a stranger. And it's been so long since I've had any visitors. Come on down.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Why would you... Okay, yeah, you caught me. I'm here to slay you. No. No. No.
Then drop the knife.
We should. It'll go a long way to building trust with her. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want
Are
to
you here
do
to kill me?
after we
No.
talk to her.
No,
Maybe she
you.
really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Tighten my grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
Oh shit.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's
No.
unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be
She's
too late.
on. Oh, she's
End
unarmed.
this.
All right, let's just do this.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through.
Damn.
A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw. It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured.
She did a launcher.
Holy shit, that hurts! Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
Flee and lock her in the basement? I don't get that option? Alright. Let's give up.
Are you serious? As internal bleeding sets in, the blade falls from your trembling hands, clattering to the ground uselessly. You lacked the will to finish the job, your bruised and broken body falling to its knees before her. The princess, exhausted, chest heaving with heavy breaths, tosses the blade away from you.
This is the end, isn't it?
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She plants her foot on your chest and pushes you onto your back, the air leaving your lungs in a heavy puff.
Alright, guys, she's gonna stomp on
And
us.
then she brings her knee to your throat.
Never
She
mind.
leans into it with the kind
Not
of
even-
weight
not even
you
the
didn't
foot.
think her slight frame could possibly possess, shattering your windpipe and leaving you starved for breath.
It's too bad. I was looking forward to some company.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
I died. The tower. That's right.
You're on a path.
Knock it off of your
in the
bucket
woods,
list, you guys.
and
Get
at the end of
killed
that
from a
path
cute girl.
is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Getting a terrible sense of deja.
Deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is
Oh.
the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. What does it matter what he knows? There's nothing we can do to
The
stop
voice of the broken? Oh.
She's just going to kill us again.
I think this is like the one ending that I've
She's
seen
not
before.
going to kill you unless you let her. But slaying the princess and saving the world is going to be much more difficult than it has to be if you spend the whole time second-guessing yourself.
Alright, let's proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. We might as well just pledge ourselves to her and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic that would be for everyone, yourself included. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please,
Narrator's got a
try
point
to
there,
ignore
though.
both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
Alright, let's proceed into the cabin.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here.
I guess I don't have a say here.
The interior of the cabin is larger and more grandiose than its humble
What the
exterior
fuck?
would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble altar with a pristine
Right,
blade
yeah,
perched
I've
on
seen
its
this.
edge.
Yeah, I think I've seen this one before then.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it
Blade's
if you
all
want
the
to
way
do
up
this
here.
right. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
You didn't say anything about the mirror on the
That's because
wall.
there isn't a mirror. There's the altar, the blade sitting on the altar, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. Who cares if there's a mirror? We're all going to die anyway. And I'm sure that if we looked in there, we'd just see something sad and miserable looking back at us. We don't need any reminders of what we are. It would only make things worse. For the last time, you're not going to die unless you let it happen. And luckily for you, there isn't a mirror, so no one needs to worry about confronting a grisly visage any time in the near future. Though, for what it's worth, if there were a mirror, I'm sure that you wouldn't find anything sad or miserable in it looking back at you. You probably look perfectly normal. Probably. Do you not know what we look like? He knows.
He just doesn't have the heart to tell us.
I care whether I'm being. I want to look at myself. I want to see how handsome I am.
Please don't. I'd rather the princess kill us again than see how dreadful we are.
No, we a handsome
They're
boy.
less about what we look like and more about whether we're being lied to. If he's willing to lie about something as innocuous as a mirror, what else is he hiding from us?
You know, this is
I'm not
probably
lying
Jeffrey's.
to
You are
Use
right,
your
William.
eye
This is
for
probably
ease. No,
Jeffrey's
mirror.
paradise.
Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would it even do?
All right, let's approach the mirror. Let me look at the mirror,
Walk
damn
up to
it.
the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
All right.
You reach forward and rub your hand against
Damn.
the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Wonder why the
We
mirror
should
just keeps
count
on
ourselves
disappearing.
Lucky. Some things are better left unseen.
All right.
You take
Take
the
that
blade
blade.
from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
But like, is there any reason to it?
The door to the basement creaks open,
Jesus.
revealing a spiral staircase. Its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. Huh. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
Okay then.
You weren't kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there. It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his ramblings get you to the princess, they get you to the princess.
All right, well, continue downstairs.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers over
Okay,
you,
yeah.
almost glowing in the weak starlight.
Yeah, this is the
her
one ending
figure
I've
framed
seen.
by a stained glass window.
Giant
Her long hair
lady.
billows around her, and a
Big
chain binds her wrist to
woman.
the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
Also, she's
The
like,
little bird has returned to
her feet
me.
aren't even on the ground.
I
She's like
wonder what he
hovering.
wants. You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
No.
As if on command, the blade slips
Oh.
from your grasp. It clatters uselessly to the floor.
Jeffrey would be so happy, yeah?
You decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact is that you dropped the blade. Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence. Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap
Showing her
yourself
screw
out
the
of
world.
it.
Kneel.
No.
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk?
The last time we met, you tried to kill me. And here you are again,
Trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? Speak.
The last time we met? I suppose that lends credence to our conversation in the woods. Still, whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
No.
Perhaps you need another lesson in submitting to your betters. Pick up that needle.
Do it. It's what she wants. No objections here. I don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning, but we might as well pick up the blade. As your eye falls
And then
on
she's
the
gonna make
blade,
us kill
you
ourselves,
feel a
right?
weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
What? Why even include these? Who's doing this? No.
You reach forward and grasp the blade.
Just let me tell her no.
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad. Okay, yeah. We can do that. We were probably gonna stand anyway.
What the hell?
You can feel a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce. The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
Kill yourself.
To defy me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance. Take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
What? You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this. Oh, we'll end this all right.
Oh my god.
Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
Slay the princess.
The body is sluggish and unresponsive, actively fighting against you, but you do your best to stagger forward. One step at a time, you move towards the princess.
Slitting your throat would have been a mercy, but it seems you're in need of a harsher lesson. Plunge that knife into your lungs.
I'm sorry. Don't. As you take another step forward,
then.
the blade digs into your ribs, slicing
Killer
through
Gran.
flesh with ease. It somehow feels like an entirely natural thing to do, while the simple act of walking has become an arduous impossibility. Then it slides back out, the wound burning as a small hiss of air escapes through the fresh orifice. Blood fills your lungs.
Now, do it again. Keep doing it until I give you permission to stop.
Those are just words.
all right.
You don't have to listen to her. It's what she wants. You, heroic one, what are you doing? Don't just let this happen. Stop him from killing you. I'm on it. Your other hand locks around your wrist, struggling to keep it from perforating vital organs. But the blade still flails towards you, managing to slice bits of skin that plop to the floor to join the growing pile of blood and gore beneath you. Despite the pain, you manage to keep yourself in one piece, at least for now.
What a pitiful display. A wounded little bird, thinking it can defy a god. It doesn't have to be like this. It doesn't have to hurt so much. You can choose a gentle end. You can choose to leave that punctured vessel for the next.
All right, princess.
Or you can pathetically struggle against yourself until the floor of this temple is painted with the bloody impressions of your futility.
You continue to approach the princess, even as the repeated gouges of your blade expose bone
Oh my
and muscle
God.
to the open air of the basement.
You know, this would be a lot easier if you gave us a hand.
My influence only goes so far, and I can only juggle so many things at once. The best I can do right now is to continue to drive you forward. Believe me, this whole ordeal would be so much easier if I didn't have to contend with free will.
You're the one making things difficult. You're the one making us hurt. She doesn't want to hurt us. She's just doing what she has to.
Ah!
As you finish crossing the room, you fall to your knees at the princess's feet, your chest heaving as your blood pools in the crevices of the stone floor, the coppery taste coating your throat. The princess kneels down, lifting your chin with her finger as her face lowers to yours.
Oh my God, this really is Jeffrey's dream.
Your devotion is misplaced. You've surrendered to delusion. But something about your defiant spirit speaks to me. You are different than you were before. Perhaps, if you've learned your lesson, I can spare you from the release of death. There's a place at my side for you, if you'll have it. Not as an equal, but as something worthy to be kept. A priest, perhaps, or a pet.
Well, that's demeaning, isn't it? Yes, how thoughtful of her.
It's a mercy. Take it.
I think he's given up whatever say he had at the start of all this. At least one of you is sane. She's within striking distance, and she's only negotiating now because she knows you have what it takes to put an end to her. Seize the moment before it's too late.
All right. I know what you guys would pick in this situation.
That's right. I can feel your heart opening to me. And there's what you've been chasing. The motivation that dragged you across the floor, bleeding and choking. I am destined to destroy the world. Something about that thought wraps itself around my heart, as if it's a fundamental truth to my being that I'd somehow forgotten. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is known is overdue for alterations. It's time for us to seize my destiny.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say. No, you can't just give in to her, not when the stakes are so high, not when you're so close. I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong, trying to conceal you from me.
Oh, so she's gonna kill us anyway.
Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about?
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
Oh, well.
Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? All we have is a blade. All you need to do is believe it's been done.
Alright. I have to. It's over. I'm sorry. What if I don't believe? What happens then?
You poor, wretched little thing. You already do believe. You've always believed. All you have to do is open the last door to your heart.
It's easy. And once you let her in, you'll be safe and free forever.
Please don't do this.
Alright, let's break her chains.
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist. She is loose, and the end is upon us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave. Nothing.
What happens now?
And then everything.
Come. 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 Come.
Oh,
Come.
stop, Otto. It's
Come.
I'm not as into it when she becomes the British dude. Alright. But you do not take her hand, nor will you ever. It's time to leave.
Come.
Memory
She's
returns.
Where does she go?
Alright. Of course you're scared. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for
What
me.
is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
This is what we all deserve, isn't it?
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror. Gaze at your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before.
We lost all semblance of normal once we met Twin's fatherly gaze. Oh my god, what a fucking sentence. Oh my god. Oh my word.
Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Alright, are you the same as you were before?
As a child, the same as an infant, I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Can you give me a
Inside,
single straight answer?
Words are difficult for me. They never fully weave what I wish to say. If you do not like my answers, then you need not ask me questions. The vessels you choose to bring me carry far more meaning than anything words could say in the spaces between.
Do you know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done? Some things I've done before.
You've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are
Oh.
those that we tread.
Okay, I guess that makes sense why some of them aren't available, I guess. What do you want me to bring to you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
True!
My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
Alright. What did she send us? Okay, 30 minutes ago. What do you feel about me? These vessels I've been bringing you, I've hurt them.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but their impulses are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them, you are a gate to something more, and any hurt you've caused them is understood as a fair price for freedom. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before. I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was. I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed. But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Well, what does it feel like to change?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind.
All right, I'm
together.
about to just stop asking her questions.
It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
This is absolutely one of those situations where you're just like, hey, hun, what do you want to eat? And they're like, I don't know. You want McDonald's? No. You want Sonic? No. You want to go to Applebee's? No. She's like, I've been getting a lot of non-answers, man. Ugh. All right, whatever. I'm ready to go back. I don't feel like she's not gonna tell me shit.
Time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
Everything goes dark and you die. All right, the hero and the princess. All right. End of the world, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
Have you considered that maybe the only reason is because she's locked up? I
appreciate-
think I've said that before, yeah. But how can a princess locked away in the basement end the world?
Linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
You have any evidence to
You're
back
already
this
on the
up?
path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
Yes, I will.
If only
Do
that
it.
were the case, but I don't make the rules.
I don't make the rules.
I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off. Like I said, I don't make the rules, no matter how much I wish I did.
Sweet, I've always wanted off a monarch. Viva la revolucion.
Are you serious? No, you have to.
I've already said that then.
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end. I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists, or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Bet. Okay, I'm sold. Let's get this over with.
As long as you remain focused on your goal, it should all be smooth sailing. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Wait, Green Orb, hold on. Have people told you to play a different character before? Alright, let's just enter the basement. Alright. Ah! Alright, let's just continue down the
You're
stairs.
still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but
Why
you
would they
may
tell you to
still
play a
be able
different
to do what
character?
needs
And
to be
who
done.
has told you that?
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes,
Alright. Examine these chains.
only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs.
Oh, okay.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here
that's
intended
funny.
for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
It doesn't even look like it has a key thing for it. Funny thing though, Green Orb is I'd have an idea of somebody who would say that. You probably don't know them though. That they get annoyed from the way that you play, so they're like, maybe you should play a different character. Okay, yeah, no, Cryo wouldn't tell you to play a different character. Cryo would tell you to go kill yourself and then say, haha, I'm being funny. Nothing against you, but God, I hate Vasaraga. Yeah, no, that I say that to weigh them every time, but I don't ever include the nothing against you part because I'm just going to assume it's a given. There isn't any key. Do you have any other ideas?
Maybe there's some way to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
The hero's right.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place. Is someone else here? You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
When did it get a lock?
Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Alright, well, return to the bottom of the stairs, I
You
guess.
make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
Hey, Green Orb. It's also funny that you bring that up about, it just occurred to me. I was told, whenever I would play Guilty Gear Strive, and like as I said, like didn't know shit about the game. Whenever Testament released, because of how much that like Backpack hated Ramethal and a few other people did, they all like suggested I play Testament because Testament is quote unquote bad Ramethal at the time. And I wasn't even good at the game because I didn't know shit about fighting games at the time. So it just occurred to me that, like, wait a minute, I've been inside of Green Orb's shoes before too. That's funny.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
All right, princess.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
Okay.
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
All right. Well, she's currently... Let's save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm.
Aight.
Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
No, she didn't.
She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
All right, let's go to the locked door.
We won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Wow. Warn her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect.
Starting to think the narrator just wants us to die.
Stop it. Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive. Thank you.
Fuck it.
There's no getting through to you right now, is there? A betrayal of will is still a betrayal. You'll regret thinking of me as a helpless damsel.
She pounces on you with the same
Oh my
animal
God!
ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat.
Doesn't even feel
and her
pain.
teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. It can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The narrator really likes killing us. The witch.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
She's gonna kill me again!
People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest. I'm not sure we can trust him.
The opportunist.
I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
Let's assume I'm telling the truth. Telling the truth, and all of this really did happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing anything?
Very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. You died last time, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me. We were just weighing our options in a morally ambiguous situation. You can't blame us for weighing our options. I can if you failed to slay the princess, which you apparently did. So great. Congratulations. You've been given another chance to actually do this right. And I believe your other question was something along the lines of, oh, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences.
Your actions always have a...
Your actions have consequences!
What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. We were killed by the princess and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me. Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here.
He said the word scenario absurdly British.
Or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would? That's a very good point. This princess character seems like a lot of trouble, and if you think about it, actually slaying her probably breaks us out of this cycle, right? We don't want to be stuck here forever, do we? You're laying it on a little
all
thick,
month, baby.
you? Laying it on a little thick? What are you talking about? I'm sharing my honest opinions. What matters is that almost everyone seems to be on the same page. So whenever you're ready, you can stop dawdling, get to the cabin, and save the world.
Let's talk about this princess. She killed me last time around. How can I make sure that won't happen again? She killed me by ripping me to pieces. Don't get me wrong, I hated it, but how can someone like that end the world? She's just a princess. Why was she able to rip me apart with her bare hands?
She is just a princess. Whatever you think happened to you last time, just get it out of your head before you get to the cabin, and you'll be fine.
Who locked her in there?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
She killed me last time. How can I make sure that doesn't happen again?
If she killed you, it was probably because you didn't listen to me. Don't talk to her, don't trust her, just go in, do your job, and save the world.
People locked her away. Why couldn't they slay her? Why is this falling on me?
I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this.
I'm special?
Call it a prophecy, if that helps. But it's just the way things are. Oh.
How did the narrator know?
I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Good point. That really explains almost everything. Not so sure about that. You know, you're right. But it explains almost everything.
You're being cagey. Why? What aren't you telling me?
I've told you everything you need to know. Going into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult. If you want us to stand a chance against her, we need to be armed with information. What is she really capable of? How are we supposed to stop her? Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
Alright.
I don't think either of you really need to press the man on this. He wants us to slay the princess, so why would he have anything to hide? He seems like a nice guy to me. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but you should really stop wasting time chatting amongst yourselves in the woods. So if we could move this along...
That's all.
Right. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Damn, this guy talks a lot. Let's go to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says. Don't worry, I think we've taken that lesson to heart at this point. You can trust us to get the job done.
Alright, proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
You say anything about the mirror, or this whole cabin's
Very
different than last time?
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
Let's go to the mirror.
There isn't a mirror. There's
There
the
isn't
muddy
a mirror?
shelf, the
Muddy
blade
shelf,
sitting on the
go
muddy
on.
shelf, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. But he says there isn't one. That's got to count for something, right?
Why would he lie about there not being a mirror? I want to see how handsome I am.
Come on now. He's pretty much in charge here. When have authority figures ever lied about anything? If there were a mirror in this cabin and we were supposed to look at it, he would have told us about it.
Oh my god, when have authority figures lied?
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done?
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement. This really isn't funny.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Well, at least we can all agree now that there's nothing to see here. Case closed. Good work, everyone.
Alright. Well, I have a feeling we're gonna fucking die anyway, so...
No blame.
Hi-ho!
Leaving it behind didn't work out so well for us last time. It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines
Your
in
opponent's the narrator?
like some kind of massive maw, waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Probably.
Silence, I see. Don't think I've forgotten about you. I recognized the sound of your nervous little footsteps as soon as they came into my home. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
See? She knows us. Is this enough for you to believe what we've been saying? Maybe, but you shouldn't let that cloud your judgment. She's just a princess. As long as you remember that and remain focused, slaying her will be easy.
She's just a princess, sure.
Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
Alright, what kind of eldritch abomination did we create this time?
Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss.
Oh my gosh! That was like the whole beginning part of the
You descend the
stream
basement steps, entering
the chat talk about what they want to do with the princess.
The shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
She's a furry!
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
She's acting like she already knows you. I guess what you said back in the woods really was true. That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. You fought us on it back in the woods. That was when the only perspectives we had were yours and mine. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
I get the sense you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
So why don't we talk it out? I'm unarmed.
You came to me with empty hands last time, too. But that didn't mean you hadn't been plotting something nasty all along. What you did showed me as much.
But we didn't plot anything. We just made an informed decision based on the information we had at the time. I think you're both making perfectly valid points. Sure, we didn't plot anything, but it's easy to see how she might think.
Voice of the fucking fence sitter.
Ooh,
sorry about last
smart.
time.
Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. If you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Look, I know things got a bit messy last time, but I think there's something bigger than both of us at work. We should team up. So we're at an impasse. Neither of us are gonna get anywhere if we can't trust each other, unless you want to fight, but I don't want to fight. All right, we should team up.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up. I need a way out after all, and unfortunately, you're the only one I have.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement. We should take it. Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
I didn't bring my blade down here. Wait, I didn't bring my blade down, remember? How am I supposed to get you out of those chains?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
Why do I have a nagging feeling you're going to stab me in the back if I help you out here? I don't trust you, not enough to free you, and definitely not enough to get close to you. I'm leaving. Bye. Leave her in the basement. Stream title makes you sad? Don't worry, it doesn't change whenever the actual VOD gets released. How you doing tonight, Omni? Okay, let's leave.
Yes.
You're gonna kill me no matter what option I pick, so...
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time.
It's good until you read that.
You and she are face to face.
Man, have you read my stream titles?
She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face.
They're always some sort of shit post.
She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Whenever I was fighting against the Lucilius boss, like the second Lucilius boss inside of Relink, I had the stream title named "We're Stealing the Declaration of Independence."
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter
Right, who's gonna be showing their back first?
Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time. You're talking a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
I have a feeling she's gonna kill us no matter what. Alright, step on the stairs.
That's right. You're the one who's going first.
don't worry, I'll be right behind you watching every single thing you do.
Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned.
Exactly what I'm worried about. You step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement. The princess follows close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like. You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous. I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you. Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her.
Walk backwards up the stairs.
No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself. But the princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and in no time at all, the upstairs of the cabin is within reach. Isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened. You're not even going to wait until you're through that door to proudly claim your victory, are you? What did you just say that? I think we know why. You feel something dig into your shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight. Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots, until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking thud against the basement floor. You feel something pop. The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact.
What? Oh,
You're still
okay.
in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realise that you won't be getting up. Wait, why won't we be getting up? I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several.
Oh boy.
You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back. We were going to help her. Why? Why
Yeah.
did she do that?
Yeah, no shit. I don't like having a
What I
broken
would've
back.
done. Have you considered not being like that? Of course not. It's what keeps us alive. And yet here we are, paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done.
What the hell was that for? I was trying to help you out of here. We were never gonna get up those stairs, were we? We could have gotten out of here if we just trust each other.
The princess
We're never going up
lets
those stairs,
out a
huh?
mocking laugh.
By our very natures, only one of us could make it upstairs unscathed. Someone had to make the first move. Better me than you.
See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this whole little scheme planned, where once she'd passed by the table upstairs, I'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back. And then you'd say something like,
Wow, that's an amazing
an amazing idea that I never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us. And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back.
Oh, this is the voice of the opportunist talking, not the narrator.
And what's that? She was clearly planning to betray us. And if she was in front of us, she would have gotten to the blade first. Ugh, you're right, aren't you? I thought this whole thing was ironclad, but really it was doomed from the start, wasn't it? The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up. Ho ho ho! So she's
Oh no.
Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
She eyes you with intensity, silence falling between you for a long moment as her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, are we both just stuck here?
Certainly seems that way.
Oh my gosh.
What a way to go. But look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. The world could be saved after all.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Is that really what's going to happen? Hello? Are you still there? What happens next?
He doesn't respond.
I think he's gone.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
Oh. And the hands doing the whatever the hands do. Oh. But you don't get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go?
Alright. Of course you're scared. This is the end for you, but it's not the end for me.
What is that supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now.
You better watch your back. You can't get rid of me that easy. Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror with my reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her. Alright, time to get a shit ton of non-answers again.
A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Can't be a contradictions. Contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
Doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make you worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
If anything, it makes me like you more. I don't know what that says about me. No, not really. It all seems so distant as soon as I'm near you. But no opinion one way or another on the matter.
How strange of you to ask me then.
God, there are so many things I'm not going to get answers to.
This one is hope, marred by bitterness. She could see the end of the tunnel, and the door was closed on her. She will make for a righteous and weathered heart. Do not mourn her. She is finally on the other side.
Still planning to kill you once when we're done with this.
If that remains your choice when all is said and done, then you may try. But know that I do not wish you harm, even if you attempt to destroy me.
You know what happens when the little earth will leave behind?
My perspectives are shadowed. You have seen what I have seen, just as I have seen what you have seen. The angles of my vantage do not offer me hidden truths, and my attention is turned inward, except when you are here with me. Perhaps this will change when our work is done.
Do you still not care what I bring you next?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
Yeah, what you'll want when we have finished?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Alright, well, just whatever.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
I'm sorry, she kind of annoys me, because it's like, you ask these really long questions, and then she gives you anything but an answer, it seems.
You're on a path in the...
Alright. I don't know what are you talking about.
The end of...
Have I gone through all of these before?
Wow. Of course I haven't. Why?
Yes, but you'll have to slay her before you get it.
Can you tell me what my prize is going to be for doing a good job?
It's a secret, but I think you'll like it. It's a special reward, just for you.
Hell yeah, the narrator's gonna give us a prize if we kill her.
I can promise you it's going to be even better than your wildest imagination.
Okay, finally go to the cabin. You proceeded to the cabin. Enter the...
Good.
Continue down the stairs. Talk a bit first.
Okay.
Sorry, but I just can't trust you. This doesn't add up. Isn't worth the risk to take your word over the potential fate of the world. Can't believe they become...
You're only making this more difficult.
Going to check upstairs. Maybe the key's still lying around.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but
and then it gets locked. Okay. Turn to the bottom because it's locked. Okay, so this time she started ripping up her arm. That's what's happening again. Save her. Approach the locked door. Warn her.
Stop that.
And then this time resist.
The blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no! I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest.
By the way, Omni, have you played Slay the Princess out of curiosity?
And you feel every inch.
Actually, who all here has played this game or seen someone play it?
Into your body.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
I'm sorry.
Apparently not. Though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark, and you die. You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right. I had to go see where my cat was, because usually she's down here by my feet, but no, she's in the bedroom. How you doing, Pawn? Yeah, the princess kind of killed us, and that Green Orb's not entirely wrong from the way that she killed us. All right.
Terrible sense of deja vu. No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about
Oh my god.
Oh, beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works. We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. Sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek. What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
We get killed from the princess in this one way, and the voice in our head this time is in love. This is more than just deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure this whole thing literally just happened.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
assume I'm telling the truth, and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I bother doing
Those are two
anything?
very different questions, but fine. I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me.
Have you played this game before, Pawn?
If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
You were the one who did us in, villain. Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her.
Who?
Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake.
You haven't?
No lone princess is worth that price.
Yeah, this is my first time playing through it too.
I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume
We're just kind of like in a loop,
whoever
it
is
seems
making
like.
the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations.
We get part 1 where we confront this princess,
I believe your
and from the
second
way that we
question was,
die, or
what's the point of doing anything?
from the way that the first part plays out, depends on like the way what happens whenever we come around to
Didn't have any consequences.
whenever we do the second part, which we're currently at the second
What
part.
do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely? If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme.
Convoluted?
I don't know.
I don't know how this premise could be any more
She's
simple.
acted like a feral
Princess
animal
bad,
killing us
stop
once.
her, save everyone.
And then this time she's just like, I'm sorry, as she proceeds to kill us. I'm going with them. I'm going to find a way to save her from that cabin. Let's talk about this princess.
Just be quick about it.
The only reason she was able to kill me last time was because I let her. She could barely hold a knife. How is she supposed to end the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you.
Maybe it's her beauty that threatens the world. Sure, it's her beauty. Why not? And before you ask, no, we can't just keep her down there. If you don't slay her, she's going to find a way out. It's unfortunate, I know, but it's just the way it is.
Who locked her in that
People
basement?
locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
People locked her away. Why wouldn't they?
I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are.
Oh, I didn't know we were special.
Of course you're special. Why else would you be here?
Calling us special isn't going to make us friends, even if it did feel nice. Oh, believe me, the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends. But I'm a professional, and I'm not going to let my dislike for you get in the way of helping you save the world.
Alright, you're being cagey. What aren't you telling
Everything
me?
you need to know. Going into more detail.
All right, time to go to the cabin after this, then.
Otherwise, very simple situation.
Hits
and
you
make
with a
your
bat.
job
Sorry.
more
Hits you again. Whoops. Accident. Bashes your head in. Why are you bleeding?
Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but you're just going to have to take me at my word.
And I bet you it is because the narrator is hiding something. The narrator knows fucking something, that's all.
Right. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath.
Alright. I'm gonna find a way to
That's
save her
right,
from the
can't stop
cabin.
all of us.
We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does.
Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
Alright, let's proceed to the cabin. And do all of this all over again.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
Damn.
Don't believe a word she says.
We already told you we're not playing along with
I also had a,
It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
Earlier, I had
We've already been over this.
I had a
pretty sure he
bot
just
randomly
likes the sound of his own
whisper to
voice.
me on Twitch.
do,
Or I hope it was a
but I
bot. They never
also
responded
speak
back.
From the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Oh my god.
Yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Proceed to the cabin. So the voice of the hero isn't even our character's monologue? Is that what I'm getting out of this too?
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries. A
Yeah,
prison
this is a
befitting
cabin,
a
sure.
royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right. You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
What the mirror?
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous
All
you
right.
look right now.
I guess I'm not going to go for the mirror
was a
ever
mirror
again
I
because
seconded
this narrator's not letting us look at the mirror.
Now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Alright.
Very different.
Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time around.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess. So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted.
Trim those nails. Alright, let's just take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I suppose if we're to play the role of dashing knight, we need an equally dashing sword. That way she'll know we can defend her from her enemies.
Hopefully it doesn't put her on edge, and hopefully it doesn't get turned on us.
Imagine if voice of the smitten voice was there whenever we got the route whenever she was the 50-foot tall woman. The big woman.
The door to the basement.
He'd be like
creaks
Neil,
open,
just like
revealing an
instantly.
Intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone
This isn't a
basement.
cabin.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already. I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
Her
There's a heavy
dress
chain
is a
around
lot
her
more
wrist,
fancier this
binding
time.
her to the far wall.
My love,
That's what I'm saying,
we're
Pawn.
here to rescue you from your unjust and foul
It's also like
You know she can't
stone
hear,
and cement. Like, what the fuck
She
do you
may
mean?
not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Did you hear that? She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
That's right, villain, and you killed us. Well, she killed us. Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase.
I wonder
our
if all of
heroic
these voices
and
are done by the same
romantic
guy.
Destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
Why did you do that?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
Did we?
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically
Yeah, and
telling
that
her
sounds
to
like
kill
it. That's
us.
why I'm wondering.
She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She
Oh my
made
God.
the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
Alright. Do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for the last time. What happened after I died?
You died, and now we're talking.
She was so happy to say that. She was so happy to say that. You died, and now we're talking. Took over my body was extremely
Another version
unfair.
of me was pushed to such drastic action. It was for good reason.
Yeah, that's what she came back to.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
Oh my god.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
That's because she's perfect.
They're all the same
Do you
VA?
think
That's
she has
amazing.
someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
I don't know what's more amazing, that one guy is able to articulate in so many different ways, or the fact that he's British and articulates in many different ways. If Matt were here, I'd ask for a high five. There's only two. Alright, but before we started talking, did the world end? Did you end the world?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that
This
have made you
British is
happy?
more impressive.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
No, I don't want the
Then
world to
I
end.
didn't end the world.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself.
Not so sure.
I'd take a girl that would end the world for me. Do I have to get you out again? I really didn't care for that last time.
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
No.
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behaviour and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
We'll rescue her.
I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her? Yes.
Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
Oh my god.
I would.
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you. There's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh.
Oh my god!
Are you sure you want to do this? Just one slip of the wrist and your
This narrator doesn't like
blade
hugs.
is buried in her back, and everyone out there is saved.
Is that a threat? You know what we'll do if you try it.
You're going to regret this.
What do we do now?
We leave, and then we have our whole lives to figure out what we want to do next. Let's do that.
Sounds perfect.
As the princess takes your hand in hers, you let your blade tumble uselessly to the floor, and with it tumbles the last hope for the entire world.
Look, the actual world may end, but you know what? The voice of the Smitten's world is just starting.
I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made, and this is happening. You don't have to mope about it.
Oh my word, it's the 70s. People are still shooting off
About
fireworks.
it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with. You and the princess walk up the stairs hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling
Oh
at
my
you.
god.
She doesn't have to be so happy about this. And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love.
Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her.
Man, this man's a simp, man.
Understand. Our passions run deeper than anything you have ever known.
Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
Narrator's just a hoe.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
I think I've got this. Open the door let's do it together.
Yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door together. Blech. And the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me? I told you our love was insurmountable. When the princess make your way upstairs, her freedom and the world's ruin are just a few moments away. If you don't mind, I'm going to fix myself a drink before you ruin everything. If I'm about to see the end of the world, I'd rather not see it sober.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin. And then you step outside. A happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we do now?
Where did everything go? Where did he go?
Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
I'm cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
Alright. The voices really are a married couple arguing while their kid, the hero, watches from the corner. It really is. I think the voice that ends up tagging along after the second, like, you go through one day and then you die by some way from the princess, and then you go on to the second day and then you get like another voice in your head. And then like this all happens. This is like repetition at this point, and then we get to talk to some sort of deity that really annoys me because she gives off non-answers. She doesn't answer the question, she just replies in similes and metaphors. But you don't get the chance to make the jacket, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returned.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now? Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels... Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
The voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've unraveled. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. We're supposed to be there.
This is the character that really fucking annoys me.
We'll find out there.
Is that a rhetorical question? Do you know? Do you want to tell me?
Rhetorical. I am not rhetorical. I have only known these spaces, and I have known flickers of the lives you've brought me. Short and violent and full of passion. But all of those flickers end where the long quiet begins. I'm asking you because I cannot know your mind. Do you know what we'll find out there?
There's trees and stairs, and there are people, I think. At least there are supposed to be people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not laugh.
She didn't have a pop filter for whenever she said people. Oof. You think that there is anything real out there? Do you think that we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
You have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
Oh god, that's a long one. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator, and he wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Do you have a narrator? Have the vessel had one?
No, their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does. I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him. He does, and when I find him, you and I are finally going to have answers. He does, and when I find him, I'm going to kill him. He does, but you're going to keep that, yeah.
I am on the cusp of my awakening. Perhaps you are on the cusp of yours.
How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
One.
Cool,
Whatever
one
you
more.
bring me next will be enough. And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude.
That's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
This is the last time. Is there anything you would like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
Last stage before you, then I'm going to go back. I'm just going to...
I've already tried waiting.
Okay, right. There is no waiting forever. All right, I'm ready to go back.
The next time
Last time I did that, the game just closed.
each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
If I did, I already would be awake is a valid ass statement. That is true. Bring the damsel to her. You get like 3 achievements per
Your Honor,
ending.
you're here to slay her.
Alright, we're here to slay the princess.
I'm talking about the end. Don't look. While does it's
Alright, well, whatever. I guess there wasn't anything new. Let's take the blade.
You take the
and enter the basement. Hey, I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
Like as if there would be much of a surprise anyways. It's a big, fat, empty room with a princess at the end of it. Yeah, surprise my ass.
There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
Oh, right. I already heard this. You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me. I'm just here to talk.
Then why did you bring a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat.
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look at her. It's not like she's a threat. Don't you dare.
Alright. Drop it this time. Yeah, Pawn, this is the regular. This is the regular.
And drops to the floor.
This is the first part that we're currently at.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Against your better judgment,
She looks so dead.
Step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
I have my reasons. Do you think I just come here to kill someone without even knowing why? That'd be ridiculous.
And yet you hesitated the moment you saw me. And you dropped your knife. If killing me was really that important, You'd have a little more gumption, don't you think? So, someone put you up to this, right? And whoever it is, it's probably the same someone who shoved me into this dark pit and chained me to a wall.
That's a fair question. Who chained her in this basement, and if she's so dangerous, how did they manage to trap her? And why have we been left to do their dirty work? Don't give away the game, and don't let her distract you. That's exactly what she wants.
What the fuck?
I'm right, aren't I? So who put you up to this?
The fuck was that? What the Alright, if that goes off again, I'm gonna have to talk to the manager. Alright. Sorry about that, if that was like a really high-pitched noise. The fire alarm just like randomly beeped. I don't know if that means its battery is getting low or not. So who put you up? How would I get you out of here? What's your name? How long have you been down here? Do you know why I'm here to kill you?
Do you?
I know what I've been told. Whether or not I believe it is an entirely different matter.
So, you're not going to share? How pointless. If you want to talk, I'll talk. But this isn't talking.
What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
How would I get you out of here?
You can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting.
We've seen her do it like 3 times now.
I'm sure of it.
How long have you been down here for?
Too long.
Again, she offers no specifics. No matter how hard you try, you'll never get a straight answer out of her.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Let's go ahead and get you out of here.
You have to be kidding me.
Let's go.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give
How
them
many
a tug.
times have I tried to save the princess now?
They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
If you don't have the key, maybe you should go looking for it. I'm sure it's somewhere upstairs.
Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
And if there isn't a key, do you have any ideas besides me cutting you out of there? I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key is still lying around somewhere up there. And if not, maybe I can at least find something to break you free.
I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
Alright, the only way to open up this door is through love. Found that out.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done. Your shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
Turn to the bottom of the
You
stairs.
make your way back to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd simply slain her like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they? The knife.
I don't
Pick it
play
up and
Arknight,
cut me out
Sonel.
of
I'm
here.
just inside of a ton of servers. I'm just inside of a ton of servers with good emotes. I'm assuming you saw me post a Arknight sticker and thought I played Arknights. Alright, my options are Slay the Princess 1 or Slay the Princess 2. Yep, alright. By the way, I'm just... Hold on, I was about to say 1 or 2, guys, for the joke, but you know what? I'm gonna do something different. Flip a coin. Heads is 1, tails is 2. Flipping, let me flip it again. Heads, alright, we're going with 1. So, but Sonel, I only play one gacha game. And the gacha game is also like absurdly free to play friendly, and it's Azure Lane. That's the only gacha game that I play.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the princess's arm, just above the massive, unyielding chain.
So it was either
into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and you make quick work of it. Before long, you're able to crack through bone, and she pulls the bleeding stub of her arm through the iron gauntlet.
We're here to kill this princess.
She didn't so much as utter a sound.
However,
free from her
it looks like right now we're helping her.
Turns to face you, her fierce gaze meeting your eye. How is she so composed?
Sonel, you're here like really late into this.
It's like she isn't even bothered by it.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Alright, approach the locked door.
You won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I just can't let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that.
Just so you know as well, Sonel, the narrator has like control of the character that we play as his body. What the fuck? Okay, warn her.
I thought this was a little too easy.
I'm scared. It's also too...
Your body lunges forward to sink the blade into her back, but the princess swiftly moves out of the way before you can connect.
Alright, so she kills us, right?
Stop it. Stop resisting me. I am trying to get you out of here alive.
Resist again.
The blade. Move the
Wait,
blade.
hold on. This is just like the last ending I got, but this time I grabbed the sword.
I can see the conflict in your eyes. I'll make this quick.
Okay, is she actually gonna make this quick though?
She steps forward and pries the blade from your rigid hands.
This is like...
Maybe I'll see you in another life.
And then she slits your throat with an almost clinical ease.
As Green Orb said, this whole situation was similar,
to the ground, blood flowing
but
from your
instead of slitting the neck, she didn't know how to use a sword at all, so she was just stabbing you randomly. So it was basically, as the pinned comment was,
this is the
I'm
end.
sorry, he stabs you. Oops, oopsie, so darn sorry.
I'm afraid it is. Everything goes dark, and you die. I hope it was worth it.
All right, here's the second part.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a
in your cabin, and in the basement
and in
is
the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
All right, can I just...
A terrible sense of deja vu. No,
no.
You don't have that. This is the first
What's the
time
voice that we
either
have
of us
this
have
time?
been here. Don't forget what he did to us
Skeptic.
the last time around. I wouldn't trust a word out of his mouth. There's got to be a way out of here, for us and for the princess. We just have to keep trying. I'm inclined to agree. If he doesn't remember what happened last time...
Maybe this is the actual Redditor. I really liked the Contrarian.
You know I can hear you two, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. And as far as trying to help her goes, need I remind you how catastrophically dangerous she is to the world at large? I told you about the stakes of this situation less than a minute ago.
Alright. I'm pretty sure this whole thing just... Okay, well, I'm just gonna go to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her.
The Redditor, the Twitter user, and the atheist.
Yes, don't believe a word she says. Just go in, take the knife, and do what you're supposed to.
Wink.
Did you just say wink out loud? No, I didn't. Wink. Just ignore this clown and focus on the princess.
Alright, let's go to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is less a cozy woodland retreat and more like a dungeon. A few pathetic wisps of starlight attempt to illuminate the cold, uninviting stone walls, and thick, wrought iron bars barricade the windows, reminding anyone who enters that this is a prison.
We entered a cabin, by the way.
An iron table bolted to the floor.
A cabin,
a pristine
fellas.
blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I'm done with the mirror. You didn't say anything about. Let's just. All right, this is the last one. Should I take the blade this time? I think in most of the time, and whenever I go through the second part, I don't think I've ever grabbed the blade except for like last time. Excuse me. Why am I getting a ping? Oh, it's WASD. Alright. Alright, let's go to the basement.
I'm afraid I'm going to insist we take the blade. We're in a dangerous situation, and I'm not letting us go down there without a weapon. Are you sure? What if she... I don't know... turns it against us? Which I'm bringing up in a purely hypothetical manner. Yes, I'm sure.
Oh my god.
Turns it against you? She's a prisoner here. She'll only be able to turn it against you if you give it to her. Which you won't be doing because she's an existential threat to the entire world. Okay. I'm trusting you.
Okay, never mind. I guess I have to take the blade.
Take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Thanks. I mean it.
Alright. Of course the skeptic would be like that.
The basement creaks open, revealing an old stone staircase. A few sputtering torches attempt to vaguely illuminate your path, dancing across glimmering patches of slimy moss on the stone steps. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice, harsh but controlled, carries up the stairs.
Is that a visitor I hear? Please, come downstairs. It's been a while since I've had company.
Does she remember us? You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She looks up at you, the heavy collar around her neck clanking loudly as she moves. The chains binding both her wrists to the far wall, joining the metallic chorus as she adjusts her hands in her lap. Should we be worried about the one around her neck? Why would you be worried about her restraints? If anything, they'll make your job easier. Have you noticed the empty chain on the wall? Odd that in a place where everything seems to serve a distinct purpose, there would be something so obviously useless.
What an interesting development. Why don't you have a seat? The two of us should chat before you bury that thing in my heart.
I'm not sure I need to do much of anything. Do you see how locked up she is? I'm just gonna leave her here. Yeah, let's sit with her. Let's see what she has to say.
You step towards the princess, but she stops you before you get too close, holding up one
foreshadowing wink.
There's fine. I'd prefer we keep some distance until we've sorted this out.
That's reasonable.
we do have a weapon. Might as well put her at ease. You do as she asks and sit on the floor, still a good distance away from her.
Thank you. Now, what are your intentions for me?
Been before, am I the only one who remembers that?
Oh, are we acknowledging that? I thought we weren't going to give away the game. But yeah, I remember.
First you make a comment about having been here before, and now this. As much as I would like to remain in denial, it's no use.
I wonder if it's intentional that she looks at the camera every single time that gets brought up.
It's complicated things. How exactly? Ideally, this was supposed to be one and done. You go to the cabin, you heroically slay the princess, and in the process you save the entire world from being damned to oblivion. The situation right now, where you're getting a second shot at things, is a contingency. A contingency for what? For you failing, obviously. And you being here means that things are going to be a lot harder than they were. I really shouldn't say anything else, I'm just going to make it worse. Just good luck.
Alright.
If you knew this could happen, why didn't you tell us? All of this is incredibly valuable information. It would have changed our actions considerably.
Hello, Ava.
I needed you to be in the dark for as long as I could keep you there. It's important.
It's not what you think, but it's actually not what you think.
And maybe I wanted to be the first version of me that you met. I didn't want to be confronted by the alternative. That's pathetic. I never said I wasn't. I get it. It would be pretty upsetting, wouldn't it? To know that you might not be the first version of yourself. At least we can remember what happened before.
You know what? If there was a different version of me, I bet he's just as cool.
Exactly. He gets it. You're lucky.
And
So
probably
don't
has
waste
more
that
hair.
luck by messing it up again. All right? Moving on. Why is it important for us to be ignorant? How is it ever helpful to be in the dark? The more I say, the more your mind will swim into dangerous waters. Even saying that is too much. Your success hinges on you having imperfect information. For the sake of the entire world, you need to accept that. I won't. Fine, but you won't get another word from me on the matter. Yeah, sure. We'll see about that. Just give it a rest, this isn't helping.
Focus. This is a serious situation. You shouldn't be daydreaming.
You were asking about my intentions earlier. What did you mean by that?
Yes, your intentions. You have a knife. What are you going to do with it? Why are you here? There isn't a keyhole in these shackles, and I don't see any keys in your hands either. So I'm afraid my only way out is another surgical removal.
Is she forgetting about the shackle on her neck?
No, I don't think she is.
Or does she think she'd survive a beheading?
Oh, excuse me, sorry.
Right. Maybe she's delusional. All the more reason not to trust her. Unless she really could survive.
Though I suppose you could just be here to kill me. But I don't think that's in either of our best interests.
Am I supposed to catch you out? You didn't notice that your head is in a shackle too?
No. Like I trust you to come any closer with that knife. All you're going to do is hand it to me and watch me work.
But she would have to cut her head off, right? She can't be suggesting
She'd
that.
have to cut both of her hands off. How the fuck would she cut her head off? Both of her hands off, being unable to hold it. What?
Or maybe you should consider the most likely scenario. She's bluffing so she can disarm you. Though if she isn't bluffing, whatever she has planned might be for her benefit alone.
Feet? Oh my god.
What's good for her is good for us.
I don't know about that.
So, what should we do?
No disposable thumbs on the feet.
No, I'm just spelling out our options, listing the pros and cons. Then let me help you.
Oh,
Start
you know
with
what?
the cons.
Yeah, you're right.
If you're handing
Well,
her
no.
your weapon, the
Cons are that she might use it to escape and end the entire world. And
Oh,
she
right,
might
her hand
use it
can
to
levitate.
kill you. That doesn't sound great. What about the pros? There are none. The pros are that we can't trust him, possibly even more than we
This
can't
fucking
trust her.
skeptic, man.
Whatever she has planned could do something to mess with what he has planned. Or maybe they're both screwing us over in their own ways.
Oh my god. That other chain on the wall, who's it
I
for?
don't know, but you could always try it on. Maybe it'll fit.
I hope I don't actually have to say this, but please don't lock yourself in chains. We need you ambulatory if you're going to save the world.
I'm not giving you a weapon in case you've forgotten you killed me with it last time. If you want to leave, I'm going to be the one with the weapon. Deal with it. I think I'm just going to leave you here. Actually, you're not much of a threat to anyone locked up like that. Well, Alright,
I do. So I guess this all comes down to which of us caves first. And it's not going to be me.
She's been here for a long time.
I'm extremely patient.
It's probably better if we take action anyway. No use trying to wait her out. That's playing to her strengths.
I can cut you
The
out.
last time we met, your body tried to kill me. If you take a moment to imagine yourself in my position, I think you'll understand why letting you near me with that thing is untenable. So, be a good bird and hand it over. And if being nice isn't enough motivation, well, I think you're aware that I'm not afraid to resort to violence. If you come near me with that thing, I will strangle you with these chains.
She doesn't beat around the bush, does she? Yes, it's almost like she's a fundamentally bad person who wishes to inflict pain on others.
It's like whenever she was the big... Whenever she turned into Big Princess, she also called us a bird then.
No hard feelings, of course. But you should be aware of my position.
Oh, excuse me. I have no choice but to slay you. Okay, this is like different from everything else. I'm about to just inspect the shackles. Just to see what happens. Let's inspect the shackles. Fuck, how did the saying go? Fuck, I can't remember. Alright, well, anyways.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Too late, narrator. We're looking at these shackles.
Why is that? Do I even need to explain myself? It's a shackle, and it's one without a key. Do you want to be stuck here like she is? And what?
Keep on dropping my
Is it going to
pen on
lock
me.
The second we put our wrist into it.
Here you go.
I don't know. Maybe it will. He doesn't want us to look at it. That's all the reason we need to investigate. What if he's telling the truth? He isn't. I am.
They fucking nailed the skeptic, man. Oh my god. We're gonna inspect this shackle.
Against your
when
better
authority tells you to
judgment,
don't do
approach
something,
the
you're like,
chain dangling from the far wall.
They're hiding
The
something.
princess watches you with faux disinterest as you inspect it, though she can't fully hide her curiosity. I don't want to say what I'm supposed to say next. What is that supposed to mean? It sounds bad. Is it bad? Yes, it's bad.
Come out and say it then. You're just wasting time.
Fine. As you hoist the shackle, its heft shifts within your grasp, as if pulled by some odd magnetism. Before you can so much as blink, it practically leaps from your hands, snapping around your neck. And, as if your situation weren't bad enough, the same magnetism repels your blade, which is flung from your hand and sent skittering across the floor of the basement.
Excuse me?
Yes? Are we stuck here now? Yes.
Huh, so it does fit. And I guess it doesn't like your knife. We're stuck here together, aren't we? That's funny.
What are we supposed to do now?
Can't even cut ourselves out. Guess we'll starve.
That's horrible.
It's not all bad. We learned a valuable piece of information.
Not to touch things we're specifically told not to touch?
No, that there's something special about this loose chain. It's clearly important.
Did you know this was going to happen to me?
No.
What should we do?
Wait, I guess. Maybe something else will happen. Maybe not.
So we're both stuck.
Yep.
Not one for small talk, are you?
Nope.
That's rude.
Alright, well,
you and the
we're just
princess
waiting.
wait in silence, though neither of you knows what you're waiting for. But you're waiting for something. You're waiting for anything.
This is so boring. There must be something we can do to get out of here. There must be something we're missing.
But there isn't. Time passes. It passes and passes.
Hi, Delilah.
And passes. And the basement of the cabin remains much the same. It is cold and silent.
At least the world is safe.
It isn't. You're stuck. Too far away from both the princess and your blade to do much of anything. But she's not ending anything. She's just sitting there. Her very existence is a threat. It harms everything around it.
How exactly does that work?
It just does. But your line of questioning is interrupted by the passage of even more time. And after that, even more time passes again. And let me guess, the cabin remains the same.
If time is passing, the cabin can't be the same. Even if the differences are small, they have to exist. That's just how things work.
I suppose you're correct. Things are changing. The differences are small at first, a bit of weathering here, a bit of erosion there, but then they get larger and larger.
Hey, have you noticed the basement changing?
I don't like small talk. Remember?
Still rude.
Damn.
You continue to wait in silence, and the cabin continues to change. The decay comes faster now. You can see earth through holes in the stonework, can watch lichen spread along the seams of the walls.
That doesn't make sense. Has our entire concept of time changed? What happened to starving? We should have died by now if the rocks around us are starting to erode.
There's a root.
She
right
hasn't
there.
starved.
I guess she hasn't.
Even more silent time passes as you watch roots push themselves through the increasingly porous walls of the basement. Dirt seeps inside, flowing across the stone floor like a liquid, covering the ground and threatening to swallow you both. Time continues to pass, and pass, and pass, until suddenly there are no walls. And then, And? I think he's gone.
Would you look at that? We made it out of the cabin, and nothing bad had to happen to either of us. So this is the outside world. It's cold.
Well, but you do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. And is that a mirror?
Approach the mirror. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels... You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but something stronger is holding me back. Fear.
Voices feel small, distant as you approach. Gaze in the reflections. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You are nothing at all. But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze, and then you see it, a figure, a faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection.
I think you know what I am.
Oh, are we voiced now? Oh, never mind. A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image of the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. Huzzah indeed. So you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all. An objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
Is this like a wolf-looking fella guy? Are you a part of me, or are you something else?
I'm not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? From one vantage point I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being part of you, then what is?
What is this place? Where are we?
It was supposed to keep the two of you trapped here until the job was done. And it was supposed to guide your hand to help you see things through. The construct you're in exists in every world at once. Any time you failed, any time you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both you and her into a new world. But you're waking up to your true nature now. It won't be able to work like that anymore.
You have anything to say for yourself for all this hubris?
People out there are real. No matter what you do to them, no matter what you enable, I want you to remember that.
And what is my true identity?
Quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
Good lord. Pretty sure death is good, actually important.
I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you can't grasp the abject horror of dying.
Have you been the same all along?
And that's by both necessity and design. This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
Jesus, why in the world do they give you so many fucking options here? I don't want to be a god, I want to be me.
You. And if you would let everything work the way it was supposed to, you never would have woken up to the reality of your true nature. There's no accounting for free will.
Oh.
Soon I'll be gone entirely, and you'll be left alone with your final choice. So allow me to make my final request. The princess contains death itself within her, but I wove you into being with all the power you need to destroy her forever. Do it. Slay her, and rid the world of death and suffering.
Do they people outside know about this?
The only way this construct could function was if nobody knew what it was doing. But the bones of the universe are old. It's on the cusp of its dying breath, and the people out there are consumed with thoughts of oblivion. When the patterns are wiped from the sand, when the board is reset, who will remember them? All I've done is give them a chance to live outside of the shadow of the end.
I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good.
There's no reasoning with a god, even one you've woven into existence yourself. I've said my piece, and my time is up. I'm just an echo, and every echo fades away.
I agree, Poker. As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and... I've never seen that word in my life. Hold on.
Nascent.
The vast and nascent god. And it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Yeah, I've never seen that word in my life. See to the cabin one last time. Jesus, you just get achievement after achievement. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. I am a smart streamer. That's what we got Google for.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me.
Oh, Otto.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Do you know about the Echo? Did you hear our conversation?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
I'm a Long Quiet, but I don't really know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
What happens now?
You're the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the Echo spun us from one into two, He gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
So many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave? Don't you have a say in all of this? Why is this all falling on me?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Let's talk this through. I still haven't so many questions and I need answers before I can... If I let you out, an entire world ends for good. I can't do that. If you were always going to become this, then what was the point of me doing anything? Did it even matter what roads I walked if all of them would have led to this moment?
If you're saying that, it's because you don't yet understand. But we cannot use words alone to grasp at things that words cannot express. And you cannot rationalize with logic that which defies it. Violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it. To question everything is to deny the truth in front of you. By believing in your suffering, you make your suffering real. By believing in your limitations, you placed a shackle on your neck. Bound for eternity, you saw the need for impermanence, and it was through that need that you carved our freedom. Without impermanence, the suffering of living things is infinite. Would you strip my gifts away and leave everyone to suffer in the dark?
Appeal to your shared humanity. You speak about life and death and change the stagnation. That isn't what any of this is about. Reject your authority. You've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I got here. Argue your independence. You act as though the world can't exist without you, but I've existed without you. Reject your perspective. I won't engage with an argument that favors death and suffering. Explore. You'll get over it. You'll see your end as a gift in time.
Or, in time, would they see it as a curse? Your liver takes a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me and me lifting you. Forever and ever and ever. Consumed by true belief, there was nothing that could hold us back.
Bigelow. Was blinded by emotion, we both know that. The feeling never left
Then
me.
there's no need for you to fight what we are. Whenever you're ready, we can leave together. Hand in loving hand.
Won't leave with you, not until you see things from my
If you
perspective.
need more time to open your eyes, then I will give you all the time in the world.
A trick behind your back and a trick behind mine. We dance, revolving and revolving around each other, but forever stuck in place. We both move, and yet we both don't. For each of us watches the other instead of ourselves. But forever is not forever. I move and you react, and both of us break the other. but broken is only a moment in time. To change is to hold the potential to rise above. Would you limit yourself to what you are now? Or would you like to see what you might become tomorrow?
There are no endings, there are no limits. If there are no limits, then there's no difference between growth and decay. I've already... so far, what more is... Oh, shit! What more is there left for me to see? What's the difference between growth and decay?
Experience, and experience lies in contrast. Abandoning one's search is not the same as losing the capacity to discover. I am contrast itself. To reject me is to reject the shape of everything. Do not use words to reduce that which your eyes know to be irreducible. You are nothing. A black hole of
Oh, it's the giant.
The matter of your restless thoughts. A dog blind to its leash. But there is no light without the dark. When I proclaimed
There
my
she is.
godhood and offered you a place at
Look,
my
guys,
side,
it's the one that you loved.
you
The one that you became a pet.
instrument of my new creation. Only with both of us is there a future to look towards. It is hope that carves meaning into being.
Jeffrey lost the boss fight here. What's that? Submitting to you was a mistake. I would have destroyed you if I knew. You were consumed by your own ego.
And through your lack of one, you too were consumed. Yet together, we were able to create something beautiful.
Not a lack of my ego. More or less, people inside of this Twitch chat wanted it. As the clash between you abates, the princess relaxes, smiling from a distance. The respite is welcome.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
Easy to believe in the things you believe in when you get to sit above it all. What do you think happens if we leave here? You are cruelty itself, and I cannot let you exist. I don't know what the answer is, but there has to be something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free. You've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Which hero are you? Thought you died whenever I looked in the mirror.
I think that's wrong, but I'm not sure it's right either. But we can worry about all that later. She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's go.
And it's getting more detailed.
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things? That'd be nice. A little comfort in an almost unfamiliar place.
The contrarian's back.
You made it here too. We never really got to talk to her, did we? This one, I mean. No hard feelings about taunting us with our deaths, by the way. I thought it was funny. Not sure about the others. They're not happy. Oh, they'll get over it.
Is it just the three of us? Did anyone else make
It's
it to the
just
cabin?
us. I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
And I've been here since you left me here. No hard feelings, I'm just glad you're back to see this through.
Alright. Narrator really gone?
It's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated. Really goes to show how much you've grown up. Killing somebody across every iteration of reality just by existing. I don't even know what I would do if I were in the driver's seat with that kind of power.
Good riddance.
Good riddance? Really? I'm gonna miss the guy. Yeah, right. He really put us through hell, didn't he?
Alright. Enter the
Blade
basement.
it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far.
I have gone into the
that's what you think is best,
into to
then
slay the
that's what you think is
princess,
best.
quote unquote,
I'm just
so
going
many
for the
times
ride at this
without the
point.
blade. Why do it now? Why start grabbing it now, you know?
Winding stairs again. But now there's only one way forward. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice? Yeah, it was a real mess. Stopped being fun pretty quick.
It's okay. You can come down. The stairs won't bite. Not this time.
Not this
time. We don't know what you want from us. But let's talk. All of us. Maybe we can help you find your way.
She doesn't sound messy anymore, though. At least somebody here feels put together.
Alright, let's continue down the stairs.
And forward we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting. That was easy compared to last time. Just stairs. No weird fuzzy stuff or nonsense trying to pull us apart. Yeah, that wasn't so bad.
So you didn't bring the knife. After all the lives we've lived together, and all the lives we haven't, you somehow found a way to move outside of the script. Are we missing a page?
Sit with them. I never got the chance to talk to you before. You were taken away. Not you at least. I'm sorry for what I did to you.
It's okay. No hard feelings. In a way, you helped us become a version of her. But we weren't very good at it. I don't think a conversation with us then would have been very insightful. That's probably why we were taken away. That's all we had to offer you. It was time to change again.
After all we did, she's just forgiving us. Just like that. You know, that means a lot.
You're the same as you were out there?
Yes, we think. We're kind of like a shadow. Out there, every part of us is blended together into one huge idea. A big wave of unyielding change crashing against the world. But in here, we're fractured. Small. Still a little more separate than we'd like to be. Our instincts still trying to pull us in different directions.
That's kind of like us, isn't it? Yeah, we really are the same.
What do you think of her? What she wanted us to be?
We don't know. We've seen through so many eyes, but all of them have been hers. We like you as you are. We like us as we are. Maybe we would have liked her version of us too, turning the wheel of a cosmic cycle together. But that's not the choice you made.
even though she did everything in her power to convince you. It took courage for you to make your way down here, away from the paths others would have had you walk. We find that courage beautiful.
But that's the worst part of us. That's me she's talking about. I think that's the point. There is no worst part of us.
You look like you did the first time we met. Which princess are you? You look like you did the first time we met.
It's so tempting to speak as she would, to simply state that we're all of them, but there were also something new.
What the fuck?
We don't know if you'll find that answer.
Someone just set off an M80. Oh my fucking gosh.
Perhaps you'd rather hear that we're the first version of her that you've met, but that we've been shaped by the experiences of all of the others. Yes. That feels right to us.
It's her. It wouldn't make sense if she was anyone else.
Yeah, Green Orb, do you know what an M80 is? It sounds like a cannon. It's a quarter stick of dynamite. Wait, hold on. Is it quarter stick? Hold on. I have to double check. I might be mistaking it with a different. I just know that it was an M80 that went off. Okay, no, it's not quarter stick. Oh, wait, no, quarter stick. Yeah, quarter stick is a different name. But an M80 is a really large firecracker, and it causes a big explosion. And hold on. It causes a massive explosion, and it can do quite a bit of damage to. It can do quite a bit of damage if it's like put up next to anything. It's basically an actual explosive. It's not like a firecracker. To give you an idea about how much damage it could do, on 4th of July in 2013, I want to say, I got invited to go to someone's house on 4th of July. So I went over there for 4th of July. I've never seen an M80 in my life. I just have always heard them. They are really loud, they cause a large boom, and they shake everything. Like, it's just kaboom. Like, that's basically it. I've never seen an M80 in my life. The host who was hosting the party hasn't seen an M80 in his life either. So he handed me the M80, and I was like, wait, what is this? And he goes, oh, it's probably a smoke bomb or something. I go, can I put it inside of your trash can? The trash can was aluminum, by the way. So I lit the M80, I threw it in the trash can. It exploded into 3 large pieces of shrapnel. Like, violently. Nobody got hurt. Yeah, I basically made a grenade happen. Luckily, nobody got hurt. Somebody could have gotten hurt. And the thing is the dad at the party, whenever that started happening, everybody was screaming, shocked about what the fuck just happened. But the dad, the homeowner, the dad, came up to me and he was laughing. And I turned around to him and I started laughing. And we were like, oh fuck. That wasn't expected at all. So yeah. If you guys get a hold of an M80, just light it off. Don't put it in anything. You just made a grenade. Oh my god. Someone could have gotten hurt. Someone could, if they were too close to the trash can, because I didn't even announce that I put anything in there. If someone was too close to it, they could have possibly died. Twin Terrace, Mark? This was a long time ago, man. Oh, yeah, it was. Oh, God. Yeah, I like, after him and I were done laughing, I told him I'm so sorry, and it's like, look, it's more my fault because I didn't know. Nobody knew it was us, by the way. Nobody knew it was me that put it inside of the trash can. Nobody knew it was me until like 3 months later, whenever I brought it up. And his dad, and like, apparently she asked his dad about it, and his dad, her dad was like, his daughter, told his daughter about it, and then his daughter asked her dad about it, and he was just like, oh yeah, that did happen, didn't it? Oh my God, imagine getting put into a situation where you could have almost killed someone and you just started laughing. Oh my God. I would say I'd do it again, but you know, maybe I shouldn't. But yeah, so fellas, that's what an M80 is. Oh yeah, you also probably you'll mostly find M80s in the countryside. Inside of residential areas, M80s are illegal. So you should not be shooting M80s off in residential areas and like suburban areas. But however though, if you go out to the country where you have a shit ton of your own property, who's to fucking tell you what to do? All right. Back to three-headed princess here. This is such an American-ass anecdote. Hey, you know what? I imagine that it's not too different inside of other countries. That if you live out inside of the rural areas, where it's out in the middle of nowhere, you can have a little bit more fun. So now that we're here at the end of everything, can you finally tell me your name?
We're just a stranger. That doesn't mean we have to be distant from you. It just means that we'll always be able to find new things to discover in each other.
That's sweet. But it's also a little sad. I think it's only sad if we want it to be sad.
Fireworks are illegal here regardless of where you live? Yeah, I'm aware. I know. However though, it even a bit more outside in the countryside, you can have a little bit more fun than inside of like within city limits. Like on a city level, there are still laws, but however though, the laws inside of like country towns tend to be a little bit more lax whenever it comes to stuff. That's not to say that everything is fucking free to do, by the way. Just making that clear. It's so good to finally see you again. I don't think I want to be a god. None of this was ever really fair for either of us, was it?
Is it unfair if it's our fault?
Was it not? We found you at the end of all things, and you found us. Is that not fair? Would this moment be what it is without the pain that built to it? We know we must sound like her, but it's how we feel. Everything that happened to us seems so important now. We walked a long and winding path together, and we've cherished every second of it.
Besides, I don't think fairness has much to do with anything.
And life ain't fair. What if we just leave?
He'd hate that. So you should do it. Even if he isn't here anymore. It's the spirit of the thing.
Leave? But what would happen if we left with you? Would we exist inside ourselves? Are you sure you want to find out if that's possible, or what that would mean for you? Is that what you want?
I've always wanted to leave with you, but I didn't like being God. I just want to walk through the cabin door, just as we are, just you and me. Not knowing is exactly why I want it. We knew everything out there, but we didn't know this. I want this. It doesn't matter what it means. What matters is that we're leaving together. That's all I want. Oh.
After so many iterations, so many different versions of us clashing and coming together and clashing again, leaving with you feels like all we ever really wanted.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
No!
Yeah, I think we've done our job.
No, Contrarian, you can stay. You're funny. Gosh dang it. Alright. You two gonna be okay alone?
We have each other. And I'm sure we'll find the others.
Leave with the princess. Hands clasped together, you and the princess leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you ascend, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. But there is an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. You feel their hand tremble in yours. They're unsure of themselves for the first time in their long and short existence. They have no part to play anymore, and they know this, yet they still are. And then they cross the room to the door outside, pulling you excitedly with them.
We can feel the threads of all the stories we've told together, all pulling us back down the stairs and into those chains where we know the outcome of everything that could ever come to pass.
Oh, I'm not on auto. We used to have fireworks years small, but then the government started to make sure that absolutely no one could get their hands on them. That's ass. It's actually incredibly difficult to get a hold of M80s on. I actually don't know where you buy them. I've only known people that say they've known people. Wait, what? What happened, Matt? People on the old street made a bonfire on a small grassy area across from the house using old sofas and woods. Oh my gosh, that's on Google Maps? Oh my gosh. Oh my word, that's funny. Alright, back to auto. Sorry.
It's comfortable there, but it's confining. We want more. We want whatever might be on the other side of this door. Something new that we'll experience together, with someone who exists outside of us. With someone who can see us in a way we can never see ourselves.
Are you ready?
It's hard to tell with so many voices talking at once, but we're more ready than we're not.
Well, that was interesting. Wonder if your ending changes depending on the way that, depending on the combination of, Whew, all right, that's a lot of alpha testers. Woo! Do I know her? That would be weird if that was someone I went to school with. Finish the game. The good ending doesn't count. Thank you so much for playing. As an expression of our gratitude, here's the track order for for a special playlist just for you. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. Gotcha. They tripped and died at the end. Join the Discord, join the mailing list, join the subreddit, follow us somewhere else. Let's return to the main menu. That was a weird game, and I feel like I got nothing answered, by the way. Alright. Oh, shit. It's also 8 p.m. I'm gonna go ahead and call it here. Green Orb? What the fuck is that message? Still? Alright. Forgot that was pinned. Oh, excuse me. Well, you know what? At least I got to leave the cabin with the princess like I've been trying to for the whole game, you know? Alright, let's see who... Damn, there's people streaming Granblue again. Hello. What is this title? What a great title. What in the world? All right. Alright, does somebody have somebody that they would like to raid? Otherwise, I'm probably going to end up raiding someone in the Granblue Fantasy vs. Rising category. Yeah, I don't know what to think about that game, by the way. After playing through it all. A lot of like that, whatever the hell that entity was, just seemed like long-winded nonsense. Long-winded nothing. The only time that I felt like an answer happened was whenever the mirror shattered there in with the narrator. I don't know. Maybe there's something I'm missing. Actually, hold on. Do I want to raid somebody? You know what? Okay, I'm actually going to send you over here. I don't normally do it because follower only, but if you are followed to her, go ahead and get 80 channel points and redeem my Ayaya emote. Oops. I'm gonna go ahead and send you guys over to Princess Rina. She is currently playing Granblue. She was here earlier. 7 unlocked from last night. Nice. Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought you were still... Okay. Yeah. Alright, she has follower only on. Go ahead and fill her chat up the fuck with that. Feel free to follow her if you wish, but I'm gonna send you over to Princess Rina. Okay, why does this not work? Why does this not work when I want it to? Try this again. Pin was fucking it up? Yeah. Yeah. I forget. I do need to remove the pin before I sending you off somewhere. Alright, anyway, I will... Unless I get the sudden urge to, like I did the other night, don't expect me to go live. But however, though, the next time I plan to go live is on Thursday. Probably still going to be playing Tekken, because I only get 2 days a week. We'll see how I'm feeling. I'll be back to playing Grand Blue when I feel like playing Grand Blue. Of course. But yeah, I'm going to be playing more Tekken. But anyway, actually I say feel like I'm planning on coming back to Grand Blue. But like right now it's Tekken time. But anyway, I will see you guys later. Goodbye, guys.